Alrighty, testing, testing. Can you guys hear me? I'm going to assume that you can. Give me just 1 minute to pull up the beta forums. Public beta feedback, there we are. And move my OBS to my browser. There we go. Alrighty, let's see what's going on the feedback. What are people saying? Last time there were about 6 pages. Some of my feedback might have hit number 7. Really like the idea of a jump beacon, etc., etc. X3 had buoys and beacons. If I could recall, you could capture and redeploy them as well, but a jump beacon would be cool because of the plot and Bozata, etc. If it wasn't so transparently player-focused, that actually sounds like it could be a fun event. Not the Crisis, but the Xenon and Cock duking it out in a random sector, so often just to shake things up. If they do prove willing to try out alternate Crisis options, maybe they can reuse it for that without the player magnetism. Yes, I agree. I don't think that the player should be singled out by the Endgame Crisis. Reason for that being because just about everything else in the game, as far as like the mechanics are concerned, the devs have worked really hard to level the playing field between the AI and the player. So like for example with the economy, everything has to be built. That's both true for the AI and the player. Let's see, Angie says, I loaded my old save without Xenon. It's nice that there are some again. I will soon be able to sell Corey her 19 by 19L panels too. Don't know what that means. Although, since 19L panels have been found in dozens of destroyed Xenon K and I always vacuum all the containers. Oh, Corrine. It's like a little side quest kind of thing in the game. You can gather some stuff and sell it to an NPC. Same here, although I reached the ship for the first time after being down to 25%, Bozo said that it raises an energy shield so he can't destroy it. Afterwards it just vanished. Things should not just disappear. And now I have the same issues mentioned above. Intel, no quest marker, instant failure until following. Definitely some stuff that needs to be sussed out. That's alright. This is just feedback regarding the start of the Crisis, but the design of the start of it feels off compared to the rest of X4. Regarding the player being able to decide when the sandbox shifts, absolutely, absolutely. So I haven't even gotten to the point of the Endgame Crisis yet, and this is basically everything that I hear from pretty much every single person. It's like 90-95% of the feedback is saying, hey, you're just spawning stuff on top of me and it's just not working, that kind of thing. Let's see. No other plotline or event in the game comes with an involuntary timer. That's reasonably true. I don't necessarily mind the involuntary timer portion, but I do think that for the scale of the crisis, from what I've seen so far in the feedback, is that 500 million isn't quite enough in military assets. The second part is, how do you define military versus civilian assets? Like, obviously a trade ship is a civilian asset, obviously a battleship is a military asset, but if so like, take the Barbarossa for example. If I'm playing as a pure scrapper type economy playthrough, and I'm using a Barbarossa, that ship is, it's kind of both. It's basically a destroyer, like a light destroyer, but it also has an insane amount of cargo capacity for trading. Another good example of military versus civilian and where those lines blur is in auxiliary ships. A lot of people will use auxiliary ships for trading because they have incredibly large cargo space, but that is by definition a military asset. It's there for restocking and resupplying your ships. At least I believe it's a military asset. Don't quote me on that just yet. Don't quote me on that just yet. But generally speaking, auxiliary ships are there to be attached to a fleet or to sit in a sector and to resupply your fleets. This was part of the conversation we had in the X4 Spoilers channel in Discord to make it easier for developers to see without the chance of it drowning in the chats. The conversation was about the existential crisis and how it triggers. While we are talking about it, I thought about ways that this could be improved. From what I gather, the existential crisis at some point, depending on the player's wealth and or military power. In my case, it led to me triggering the existential crisis without even owning a single sector. I think that owning a sector, it should be part of the crisis mechanic for like, when do we let the player know that there's a crisis happening? When do we start that whole process? I think that owning a sector should be, maybe not should, but definitely is a good barometer. Maybe one sector and 500 million in military, no. Maybe one sector and 750 million in military assets would be enough for players to feel prepared for that without feeling like they have to play the economic game. As you'll see in the next several days as it's a long game, as you'll see in the next several days as I play this specific playthrough on stream. By the way, this playthrough is only being done on stream, so I'm not gonna like sit there and make money off stream, that kind of thing. I'm recording it all, basically. So maybe one sector and 750 million in assets is enough for the player to feel like they don't have to strictly play the economic game and then push and print a bajillion ships at once they're ready for the crisis. That way they can build up a military alongside their economy. The way that it's kind of built right now is that you basically need to build up a large economy, and then when the crisis triggers, then you pump everything into your military, everything into your ships. And I don't think that's really the healthiest way for the game to go. Some people, myself included, like to take things from a more military perspective, and one thing that I've really been wanting to do is, and I haven't really done it just yet, but one thing that I've been really wanting to do is play a more strictly military-based campaign where I'm not really doing too much with stations, but instead I'm going around bailing and capping ships, and I'm basically hanging only, for the most part, only onto like the military side of the game. Another thing is, like, some players, more like for like specific playthroughs, but still, some players like to keep things more mobile, and they'll build up a little economy with spaceships, but they won't ever really mess with stations too much. So I think that people need those options to still be available as far as the crisis is concerned, or at least to make a little bit more of a buffer zone, give us a little more time before that crisis starts, kind of a thing. And excuse me one second. Alrighty, so I decided to opt out of it by paying the 500 million, and that's when I asked the question, if you can opt in again. For now, it doesn't seem like it. That's what leads me to this idea. And this is coming from Kurotara X. I think it would be better if they link it to some decision. I agree. That would be a good... doesn't have to be the way to do it, but I think that would be a good way to do it. Like, we found a new signal, and if we analyze it, then we get more answers for the mysteries of space, or something along those lines. You can analyze or research something, and then it triggers the existential crisis. This makes it truly opt-in. Right now, there is no opt-in for the Endgame crisis, despite what the developers have intended for and have said so far. I do think that in the next few updates there will be a slightly better mechanic available, but right now it's not opt-in. You basically have a gun to our head. You're basically saying, hey, you have to pay either 500 million or this crisis is just going to wreck all of your stuff. That's not an opt-in scenario. Like, there's no way to opt in or opt out. Either way, like, you're getting wrecked. You're losing something. And money is obviously a lot easier to replace than assets that are worth the same because of the time factor. But I do think that there needs to be a better way, and that the developers really dropped the ball on the crisis by just having it spawn stuff directly on top of you and use spawn mechanics in a gimmicky sort of way. There go my dogs, they're barking at something. Some neighbors probably walking by. Alright, so let's see. And when you decide to opt out of it by paying the money or probably solving the mystery behind it, I didn't clear it in that way yet, so I don't know what you guys have planned. Dalbusta could be like, well, we could use this to make money, and give the player option to reactivate it if they deactivate the crisis. Yes, this will give people the ability to choose when to spawn that crisis, and it's kind of a catch-22, because it's like, is it the other side of that argument is the question of, is it really a crisis if you can just sit there and wait and choose, like wait and build up all your assets just to snowball them? Or is it, or do we take the benefits of allowing people to choose so that people can decide to engage with this mechanic whenever they want to, whenever they're ready? They both have their merits and demerits. They both have their ups and downs. So I don't have like a perfect answer for that one, but I do think that there is a better way to make this crisis work other than putting the proverbial gun to your head saying, hey, pay us 500 million or else, hey, this is going to happen whether you want it to or not at 500 million in military assets, which, again, it seems like a lot. 500 million seems like a lot because it's a half a bill, but we're really only thinking about like 5 or 6 Asgards, like on their own, maybe 7 or 8. And so if everything is centralized, then obviously you're probably going to be alright, but most people are not centralizing their assets, and I think that pushing players to centralize their assets, whether directly or indirectly, whether intentionally or not, is bad for the game. I like to decentralize my assets sometimes, most of the time actually. Twofold, 2 reasons why. One, because a giant space station can oftentimes create a lot of lag when you're in the same area as that giant space station. Another reason is simply purely for RP, for roleplay. Because sometimes I might, so like let's take the Terrans for example. The Terran Protector is generally more isolationist from a lore perspective. They typically don't really expand beyond the Sol system and the surrounding systems unless they have an in-lore reason to, like for example settling Sagaris. Other than that, they're typically going to place more focus on protecting their own space and assets than they are on expanding. And this is a bit different from the Split, for example. So the Split are like the slave drivers, they're like the evil, quote-unquote evil playable race, so to speak. They're tribalistic. They formulate themselves into families, large, like basically clans, large families, and they're incredibly expansionist in their ideologies. They're in some ways, well, in terms of like the expansion versus isolation, they're the opposite of the Terrans, but they're very similar to the Terrans in that they're militaristic. The Boron, they're kind of somewhere in between. They don't mind expanding out to new places because they're friendly, they're xenophilic, they love people, they love, socializing and all that kind of stuff. But they're also pacifist. So there's a lot of, like, gray waters here. Pun intended, I guess. There's a lot of gray waters here in terms of what different factions do in terms of their ideologies. The Tolati will expand everywhere that they possibly can. They're not very militaristic whenever they have the opportunity, because they're focused on economic growth. The Tolati will grow and expand their business wherever they can. They will drop as many stations into the Sol system as they possibly could if the Terrans would allow it, but the Terrans do not allow it. So, my point is that hedging players into centralizing their economy is bad for the game. It's bad for the player experience. Like, people who want to expand are not going to enjoy that in the long term, and then they're basically going to say, like, hey devs, how come we can't do more? Let's do more. Can you add this? Can you add that? Can you give us more? So I think that preempting that a little bit by hedging your own bets as developers and saying, let's find a way to make sure that players can go either wide or tall or somewhere in between without that negatively affecting their playthrough. That's the goal, in my opinion. As well as evening the playing field between the player and the NPCs as much as possible. NPCs should not spawn things. Players do not spawn things. NPCs have to follow the same rules of X ship has 10,000 cargo space. Players have to follow the same rule. That kind of thing. Let's see, Ogget says, in response to Lamquin, I agree, I do like that it is based on player assets. It should also scale to them better. That's basically what I was ranting about for like the last 10-15 minutes. But if the mission was started by the player, it should be a bit better for the people that play that game as an economy sim. Starting the plotline as rumors of the CPU ship making an appearance or making another open new gate situation like Kingdom End, and that gate asset looks cool too. It's a shame that I have traveled so far to see it. Messing around with new gates, then boom, link to a sector or sectors that are overrun with Xenon and Cock is the same amount of Xenon already present that can be produced in sectors is scaled to your combat assets. I get the idea of what Ogget's saying. It might have been typed out a little weird, or I might have read it a little bit funky, but I get what he's saying, or what they're saying. A little bit better scaling to player assets, so like I was saying before, instead of just being like a hard 500 million military assets, again, how do you define military? Instead of being a 500 million military assets, we could do like player owns one sector. Well, making a player own one sector is a little bit... I can see why they didn't go that route. It is a little bit pushy in one direction or another. It kind of, I'll put air quotes around it, forces, air quotes, forces the player to own a sector before they can... I can see why they wouldn't do that. But maybe sector ownership can get like a small little value attached to it that can... Let me think. No, I agree. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Don't necessarily make somebody own a sector because people might not want to own a sector. Something that's easier is either just push the button, the crisis starts, like talk to Bozota, the quest starts, or you have X amount of assets, then the crisis can be split up into 2 or 3 different parts or portions. I think here's a good middle ground, is when you reach a certain amount of assets, then like a low-level crisis type situation starts. So like maybe a sector opens up, or maybe like existing shipyards can the only thing is that this kind of messes with existing games a lot, but I'm of the personal opinion that new game beats and triumphs over existing game. Reason why being because you can always start a new game. You can always start a budgeted start, and as developers you can always raise that budget amount to be a little bit more, you know, in line with the new paradigm, whatever that new paradigm might be. The problem with existing save game compatibility and that mentality is that you really hurt yourself in the development sphere if you're not allowing yourself to introduce a new mechanic, because that new mechanic will break existing saves. Then you can't introduce this new cool mechanic. So there is a little bit of give and take here, in that I think that some situations or scenarios should only be at new game start. Simple as. Like that way you guys as developers can add a new mechanic into the game that triggers at game start, or that starts at game start, and maybe existing games won't see or experience that mechanic, but that's not really the point. The point is that when so like let's say this game is quote unquote finished, like you've finished your primary development, this is years later from now, you finished your primary development on X4, you're already on X5, like you're basically, X4 is basically in maintenance mode. If you're constantly trying to maintain save game compatibility with X4 1.0 versus X4 the last build available, then you're really hindering what you can do as far as improvements to that game is concerned. If you add mechanics that apply or trigger at new game start, but do not apply or trigger to existing games, then you can add those new mechanics and they won't negatively affect existing games, other than the fact that they don't get to experience it in that existing game. And so like you can have your cake and eat it too, kind of a thing. And from what I'm aware of, you guys are basically already doing that anyways, but I just wanted to kind of bring that up and point that out, because in the past there was such a stranglehold from the developers on existing save game compatibility, that the writing was on the wall for so many of us looking from the outside in, like, hey guys, trying to maintain this compatibility is actually starting to hurt the game. And I think that around 4.0 or 5.0, the EagleSoft developers started to find and work out a middle ground for that I was talking about earlier, where things get applied at a new game, but existing games may not experience that. Would like to scale them better, play the game as an economy sim. Oh, that's what I just read. Existential threat, EagleSoft has the right track to making late game more interesting. Like they're on the right path for sure. I agree with that. Like I said yesterday or a couple days ago, I voted for the Endgame crisis. I wanted to see this happen, and now we have it. So awesome job so far, devs. I think that the execution could be improved from what it is in the beta, however. Absolutely. I think that's a unanimous consensus, or at least close enough to be considered unanimous. It needs to truly be an opt-in challenge, I agree. The player makes the choice to begin the crisis at the time of their choosing, not simply an opt-out. Maybe, let me pop over to my streaming. Maybe here in the menu, there can be like a hardcore versus a sandbox. Like how it says play tutorials, timelines, open universe. It could be like play sandbox universe, play hardcore universe. And I know that historically the developers have been hesitant to do that sort of thing, but that might be That might be a good option. They've done something similar in X3 Farnham's Legacy, but to a much smaller degree, where like you can basically start with the player HQ and all the main quest line things done, or you can start with like brand new universe type situation. So I don't think they're against that entirely from a philosophical perspective. It's just a matter of how do you do it properly. Give me 1 second. Let me just follow a friend real quick. There we go. Alright, so I think that's enough as far as reading the forum goes. Oh wait, there is one more. There is one more. Alright, let me... Since I'm not making any sort of ambient money, let me just pause the game real quick and move back to Chrome browser. Alright. Towards the... This is the last post on page 7 so far. I just saw red and I said, hey, red is good. Alright. So this is my first beta experience and also feedback for the beta. I'm a no mod vanilla user and my feedback is as follows. General feedback on the crisis system as a whole. Nice attempt, but needs optimization. I agree. Feedback with regards to when the crisis starts, playerness readiness for example. 500 million military assets trigger without postpone is a bit low. I agree. Started with 6.2 save with a full-grown empire, but at the current pace I might be focusing on economy and low military asset meta and a low military asset meta for a later new start. For me, that's what I'm doing right now, is on stream, is I'm going to be playing an economic game to begin with. That way, when the crisis comes, I'll be prepared for it. This is kind of the only way without breaking my save and basically losing probably about 100 hours worth of progress. That's the other thing to keep in mind, is that because of the way that the X series of games, and X4 specifically, is built, a single save game can generally run from like 50 to 500 hours, which is enough to play an entire video game, several entire video games worth of time. 500 hours is a lot. So people invest a lot of time into these save games. And to the developer's credit and to what I was speaking to earlier, that's why save game compatibility with previous versions of the game is so critically important to the developers. Because they need to maintain that compatibility, and if they don't, then there will be a, I don't want to say small, I would say a sizable minority of people who would be very upset with that. Not everybody has the opportunity to spend 5 or 6 hours per day on a video game. A lot of people can only spend like 1 or 2 hours per week, 5 or 10 hours per month. And so for them, progress is a lot slower than it is for me, because I can bang out like 6, 8, 10 hours per day and I'll be all right. Like I'm a gamer, hardcore gamer, guys. So that's why save game compatibility is really important. I don't want to discount or discredit that too much. I just think that there needs to be a little bit of a middle ground there. And like I said earlier, I do think that the developers are finding that middle ground. Let's see. So, where did I leave off? But at current beta pace, might following new meta or starting trigger needs to be at the player's own discretion. So like it's got to be, basically it's got to be one, the other, or some combination of both. Because 500 million assets, it's not enough in terms of military assets for a one-shot KO capital ship that can like use a death beam, like a star destroyer, or like a Death Star death beam, to completely obliterate all your stuff. Like one-shot kill your strongest asset in Asgard. I don't think that anything should one-shot a ship. The Asgard beam, in my opinion, needs to be nerfed. So does the cock destroyer, I forgot what it's called, like the obliterator or something like that, the new 7.0 large or XL size ship from the cock that needs to be nerfed and add to its hull and or shield values to balance that out. So less DPS, more hull tank on that large destroyer obliterator thing. Feedback on strength of the crisis or individual ships. This is probably what I was just mentioning. The Kakar are a hive mind-like race. Because they are not completely exposed their race, because it's not completely exposed their race info at lore. That's only mostly in like the X4 game. If you've played a little bit of the X3 games, if you've like read the books and all that kind of stuff, you'll definitely have a much more well-rounded understanding of what all the factions are, who they are, what their ideologies are, what they do. I've played X3, Terran Conflict, Albion Prelude, Fardam's Legacy, and X4. Rebirth is on my list, and I've mostly done modded playthroughs on the older games because of a lot of like old school jank type situations, and because they've been out for so long that the community that has modded the X3 games has gone really far in pushing that engine to its absolute limits and creating and finding new ways to use that X3 engine. Let's see. Most sci-fi hive-minded races tend to focus on swarm tactics. I wouldn't worry about this part because the cock aren't most sci-fi hive-minded races, and I don't think that you should tailor the lore of the X universe to the average. I think that the X universe should be whatever the developers come up with in their own way, in their own time, and make it unique. Hive minds don't need to focus on swarm tactics. Hive minds can focus on centralizing all their stuff into one big hive and then using that hive to go out and blow stuff up. So it could go either way. The hive mind part has nothing to do with it. Hive minds do typically focus on swarm tactics. Take swarm of bees, swarm of ants, whatever. They generally do focus on swarm tactics, but I'm not saying that they should or that they have to. They also have some distinctive tankers, so like being able to tank, like shield tanks or like hull tank, you know, being able to tank damage is what he means, I believe. For the Ravager, I like to blow it with the Asgard main being, but even the Asgard has its own weak point. Single engine hardpoint, anti-capital, fighter swarms. Yeah, so like the Asgard does have some weaknesses. The Asgard has one single engine instead of like two, so it's a little bit easier to blow up that engine, depending on what those shields look like. And they don't do very well against fighter swarms because they're mostly large hardpoints, and so the Asgard is geared towards destroying stations and large capital ships. It's not built for destroying fighters. So with Asgards, you want to definitely run them with a sizable escort. The Ravager seems rather perfect at any aspect, and only one Ravager can conquer the whole universe under player control. Absolutely. I've seen the stats on it before, and it was pretty ridiculous. It has no blind spot. If it has, it doesn't need a blind spot, by the way. I don't think that ships need blind spots. In fact, just the opposite. I think that... So, like, if you're developing a spaceship, why would you put a blind spot on that spaceship? Whether you're a robot, a fish squid person, a slave driver species type situation, patriarchy, an economic whatever, or humans. Why would you put a blind spot on your spaceships at all? Period. They don't need blind spots. They shouldn't necessarily have blind spots. They can, but I'm not saying that they should. If it has, small mediums can't reach there due to extreme Kion light show and untargetable Kion turrets. The turrets are untargetable. I don't necessarily agree or disagree with this part. They both have their merits and downsides. Not all hardpoints need to be destructible. We'll just leave it at that. Make it almost immune to fighter swarm. Oh yeah, it's because they're almost immune. It makes them almost immune to fighter swarms. That's reasonably okay. I think that's an okay-ish or like a decent like strength for it to have. I don't really have any gripes with that per se. Too short, almost no cooldown for the main gun. Guys. Guys. What are you doing? What are you doing? You just basically gave the AI an I win button, and like it, to me, like I know this isn't lazy development, but it comes across as lazy development. If there's an enemy spaceship, so it's like, you know how in some games they have difficulty settings? Easy, medium, hard? And what makes the difference is not how intelligent or how like, or like what the AI's tactics are. The difference is how much hit points they have. That's what this looks like to me. It looks like they're like, okay, let's add a hard mode, quote unquote hard mode. Well, how do we make it hard? We don't make them smarter. We don't give them like something unique per se. The quote unquote unique thing that we give them to make them so hard is just add an extra 0 to their damage, add an extra 0 to their hull, add an extra 0 to their shields, add an extra 0 to their speed, call it a day. I think that's a little bit lazy. I think that is lukewarm at best and negative on average and horrible at worst for the game. I don't think that as developers you should be building the next biggest and best and greatest Asgard, in other words. A lot of people in the past, specifically around the time of 4.0, Terran, the Cradle of Humanity, the Terran DLC, was released, a lot of people had very similar feedback about the Asgard as a lot of players are having now about the Hive Mind capital ships, where it's basically just a one-hit KO I win button. The Asgard beam can basically destroy any module on a space station in one hit. It can basically destroy a space station on its own, like an NPC space station, of course. I don't think that any large-sized or XL-sized capital ship should be capable of destroying an NPC space station, like a perfect health, completely built NPC space station. I don't think it should be able to do that. I think that space stations should marginally outrange capital ships or have the exact same range as them on average, so that you can't sit there and tank, or so that you can't sit there and camp the space station outside of range and blow it up without any consequence. Let me take one quick break right here, because my dog's still freaking out a little bit, and so I want to comfort him and just let him know that everything's going to be alright. Let me pop back up my stream, and let me just put a no background BRB, and I will be back. Alright, I am back. He was freaking out because my dog was freaking out because somebody was messing with the sprinklers. So I just had to let my puppers know that it was all okay. It's all okay, good boy. Alright. Yeah. Get my BRB away. Pop. Okay. So, developers, if you're in here, if you hear me, make yourselves known so I can yell at you. No, so I can talk to you guys and so we can push ideas back and forth and all that good stuff. Even if you're not a dev, let me know. Let me know what you think. So anyways, back to what Hairroom was saying. This is their first post, by the way, which is awesome. So I think that it needs to have its weak point or something. Ships don't necessarily need weak points. They just shouldn't be so strong as to one-shot and completely tank something else. Like they shouldn't one-shot anything. One-shotting is pretty bad for the game unless it's like a large or extra large sized ship's main cannon just happens to hit a fighter craft, then like obviously that should probably die in one hit. But when it comes to stuff of an equal size and class, things should not be one shot. Maybe 5 at the minimum. Maybe 3 at the minimum. Give you guys a little more wiggle room there. Nerf the Kyan rotating speed and fire angle for small medium ships attack options, or adding some more time for the main gun cooldown. I think that the main gun's DPS needs to be addressed first and foremost above anything else, cooldown or otherwise. I don't think that having a giant Thor's hammer that can one-shot something is good for the game, even if it can only one-shot something once every 5 minutes. Like, even if it has a 5-minute cooldown, I don't think that it should be able to do that. And thus, I don't think that there should be such a long cooldown for the main primary cannon either. There is a balance, and that balance can be found. I think that, like, for example, with the Asgard's main beam, if its damage was reduced by about half, or, well, no, if its damage was reduced by about half, then it would be in a healthy spot. Asgard main beam already has a fairly long cooldown, but it doesn't really matter, because then you can just get 2 Asgard. So one-shotting, bad for the game. Either way, it needs to be weak at smaller, medium, or larger XL ships. It could be okay against both. It could be good against both. It just needs to be at a point where it can't one-shot everything. It needs to be at a point where it can't... Well... It definitely should not one-shot anything. At the same time, I get what Harum is saying here, where, like, if it's really good against everything and it doesn't have any weaknesses at all, then there's nothing really for the player to exploit. And players love to exploit and optimize the shit out of games. We enjoy that. So maybe a weakness in some way, shape, or form. Let me put it this way: a destroyer or a capital ship should be stronger against one and weaker against the other. So, like, the Asgard, for example, is a great example. It's strong against capital ships, like a lone Asgard, a single Asgard, no other supporting craft. It's strong against capital ships, it's strong against stations, relatively speaking, you know, relative to other ships that are available, but it's weak against fighters. I think, you know, in that context, the Asgard is in a reasonable spot. The Asgard's main beam just needs to be addressed. It needs to be nerfed. Also, the 40 capacity for small ships across the board as a placeholder value needs to go. And it's been going. Argon got new ship sets, Talati got new ship sets, Paranid before the Argon and Talati got new ship sets. When the Boron were introduced, they didn't have that placeholder value. The Scrappers don't have that placeholder value when they were introduced. Now I believe it's just the Split and the Terrans that need a balance pass. And they'll probably get it too. Probably in the next 1 or 2 builds, you know, next 1 or 2 years. So it needs to have a weak point or something, is what he's saying. Yeah, pretty much. I agree with it about 75% of the way. It should have weaker and stronger points. It doesn't have to have a weak point specifically, but it has to have like a weaker and a stronger, you know, like some sort of way to optimally approach and destroy it, other than print 1,000 ships and overwhelm and steamroll it. Wants it to be... So Herum has the idea that they should be either a tanker or a sniper. That's a good, you know... That's a good, like, camp, or a good, way to put it, I should say. Something should either take a lot of damage and be okay and be able to take a lot of damage, like a brawler, or have, like, good range so that it can hit further. Can't be both as long as it's not the only unique ship. Rather, they are 0 or 2 ships per crisis rating party system. Not going to worry about analyzing that too deeply. Currently, I have a few options for them, and it's Soviet massive charger scorched earth tactics, including brain dead Asgard spam. This is what I'm talking about. Brain dead Asgard spam. Like... The way that the game is built, you're never going to fully prevent brain dead insert ship here spam, because the player can always scale their economy to absurd levels compared to any other, and even compared to what all of the other NPC factions combined can do. So you're never going to get rid of this entirely, but you can help mitigate and reduce and hedge against that, and influence people to choose not to do that in some way, shape, or form. There are ways to make that happen. It would definitely help if I had a dialogue here so that I could actually speak with somebody who says, yes, we can do that. Yes, we've worked about that idea. Yes, we've already talked about that idea. I would imagine that the developers have already talked about and gone over basically everything that I'm already giving them feedback on. Like, why wouldn't they? They've probably had several meetings about how do we make this work before even starting the poll that was there last year, or before starting development on this new build, what have you. So I could just be spamming out and just stating things that they've already heard 12 times before. I don't know. Either way, I've played this game for a long time. This is my favorite game, and I've played this game probably more than any other game in my like library or history other than StarCraft. And the only reason why StarCraft I've played so much more than X4 is because StarCraft is like 20 years older than X4. I've had like a solid 20 years in StarCraft before I ever even discovered what X4 was. So that's kind of why I have more experience in StarCraft than X4, but over time the X series of games will definitely overtake StarCraft in playtime. And for someone who even wonders, I dealt with the Ravager combined calc invading force with the blow tactics. This might help me. So first choice, out of sector. Massive heavy fighter, in their case chimeras, with blast mortar spam. That makes sense. That makes sense. They're using slower, heavier fighters to just out DPS the enemy ship. It needs a minimum of 50, but most of them will be vaporized or can be defeated in some cases. So like you're gonna find heavy losses if you're using about 50. 100 or so for low casualties. You might get like 10 or 20, you know, whatever, something like that. It says 2 digits, so I don't know what that means. 2 digits out of 100 could equal 99, so I don't know what to tell you. 150 or more for minimum loss, like 1 digit. I'm guessing they mean like in the 10s or in the 20s. Like 20 to 30 losses. 5 to 10 losses, something like that. Not really sure. Second choice, Insector. Lure the cockfighter swarm away at long range and isolate the Ravager. Deal with the fighter and dispatch a guppy or another small carrier or a fast large-sized ship with full heavy torpedo dive bombers, about 16 Shi for minimum loss, like World War II, from the front or rear position. High risk of missing when attacking from the side while the Ravager is on the move because it's a fast ship, I believe. I believe it's fast for the size that it is. A Ravager is a capital ship. I believe it's a very fast capital ship. AI heavy torpedo firing at 9 kilometers, and Kion turret range is a bit shorter than 9 kilometers. Okay. 9 kilometers. I'll keep that in mind. 9 kilometers is pretty long range for the vanilla game. Not so much for modded games, but for the vanilla game, it's long range. She at Spearhead are to be targeted right after torpedo launch, and soon will die because of, you know, basically the way that beams work. But the rest of them will shoot and run tactics, so they'll do hit and run tactics. That's pretty cool. Missiles will now do hit and run. I'm guessing that there was a small change between 6.2 and 7.0 that made them more effective at that. Similar thing can be done with heavy cluster, but it has a 7 kilometer AI firing range, and loss will dramatically increase by Kion turrets. Dogfighting of destroyers with these main guns, so you as a player hop into your own personal Asgard and blow them up, kind of a thing. While main shields are holding close-in range to the Ravager at cost of turrets, keep firing with the main gun until it dies. So basically just tail the Ravager and shoot it with the main beam until it's dead. Need to twist all the way for protect engine hardpoint and to evade from Ravager death ray. I don't think English is this person's first language, or maybe I'm just horrible at reading. It could go either way. Fourth choice, ride on Asgard and fire beam before it shoots at me. No fun. Oh, that's what I was, yeah, that's what I was saying. Feedback on how relevant the location is for the player, where the crisis appeared. It almost hit every sector, a total of 17 with my military assets, over 100 to 200 million in value. Only assumption is I'm not sure if it includes marine or crew values. Before the unknown CPU ship, yes I know it's a Deca Chase. Most of the, there's a new to the game, old to the lore ship that has been in the assets in the game files for a little while now that they're now starting to put to use, which is awesome. Most of the sectors were belonging to my control, but 4 of them are Argon and Terran with my military assets. Yeah, the other day somebody was saying that they could cheese the crisis by moving their military assets to where they wanted that crisis to spawn, and that would almost guarantee that the crisis spawned right there. So like I could take my 500 million credits worth of Asgard / military assets, move it into the split capital system or the Talati capital system, you know, something with a shipyard, whatever, and then wait for the crisis to spawn right there. I think that's also another reason why spawning in general needs to be avoided and minimized as much as possible in this game. It needs to be built, it needs to be created, it needs to be made from raw resources. And please, for the love of God, give the cock a full economy. Give them a cock comeback. Whatever the cock version of Operation Reversing the Final Fury, Operation Cock Revenge. Let them do it. Let that be the next DLC. Let that be the 8.0 beta. But now, right now we're on 7, we're working with an endgame crisis. So let's focus on that. Last page. Gave it another shot today, followed the advice someone gave to me about moving your military assets somewhere else, so I put all my fleets in the void, 2 jumps away from the asteroid belt. I only left the Earl King and the Sin at home, a few katanas as police, and that's mostly it, only civilian stuff. The first 2 waves did in fact start in the void, and with only combat ships present, it wasn't bad. But then, with the 3rd wave, they targeted the asteroid belt again, so it's a weighted chance is what it looks like. It'll probably go towards where most of your assets are, but there is a chance that it'll go to a spot where there aren't really any assets, or not as many assets. They devastated your now undefended sector. It really sucks the entire fun out of the game, so tempted to Alt F4 and play something else. I get what you're saying, Zant. I do think that there should be some give and take here. And so I'm not saying that you're doing this specifically, Zant, but there are a lot of people who play this game where, because it takes so long to build up and build out your assets and economy, if you lose too much or if you lose a lot, then that's like basically the end of the game for you. I do think that for us players, on the player side, we do need to have a little give and take here. We do need to be a little bit willing to reload an older save game and go a different direction. I know that like loading an older save game could obliterate 5 or 10 hours or 20 hours worth of progress, but if there's no real like danger or challenge to the game, then we're still in a bad spot for the game. We're still in an unhealthy place for the game. So there does need to be challenge, there does need to be danger. We do need to lose stuff in a fair fight. We do need to lose assets as a player. So I get what you're saying. Like if you lose too much, it's really tempting to just Alt F4 and quit out, but maybe loading an older save game might be the solution for this kind of scenario if you're willing to go that route. However, loading an older save game is somewhat negated by the crisis just automatically spawning at 500 million assets and boom, all your stuff is destroyed. Both need to be addressed. Just now I was busy hunting down the new Xenon ships. It was fun getting my first B, beautiful ship, excited to test it and other ships out. If only there weren't those constant interruptions from the spawning event. Every 30 minutes they rip you out of the gameplay and you have to deal with it. It's annoying on top of being unfun, and I'm sorry that I have no kinder words for it. Yep. Not surprised that that's the sentiment, based on everything else that I've heard so far. Linking this here to on the off chance of some kind of orphan asset from the crisis that appeared too early. This might be a spoiler if you're trying to avoid spoilers. Screenshot, let's see what that screenshot looks like. Oh, the CPU ship. CPU ship. For me, it read as a very dramatic and demanding, like, do it now, if you don't, I stop playing, whereas I just thought relax, calm down, it's early beta with a high number of mostly negative feedback on the feature. I assume you yourself will notice that. As far as I can tell, it just never ends. It's scaling based on a number of owned sectors. No idea. No idea. I don't know. Looks like they don't know either. This is from Arisaya. I have so many sectors where the singular asset I have is just an admin station to claim it, since my liberation fleet that I was using against the Xenon had a builder in it specifically to build admin stations as I went along clearing sectors. And of course they never get picked since I'm just slowly walking my decoy blob of Asgards. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about through NPC systems and taking out the Xenon capital ships with the Earl King so it counts as a successful defense. If you don't kill any capital ships, Xenon or Cock, I think that's when it counts as failure. The only ones I failed intentionally were the Vigor defenses, to my recollection. Possibly one other that ended super quickly while I was off testing things with captured Xenon ships, because I couldn't be bothered to deal with the intermittently disruptive behavior of the crisis at the time, besides moving my blob A system over. Yeah, I think this is pretty common of a scenario, and it's probably what you're going to see me do unless they update it before I get to that point. Also, speaking of the NPCs, So far, the only faction that has an adequate and timely response to the Crisis fleets appearing has been the Terrans, who brought a bunch of Osakas. There is a lore reason for this, because the Terrans did create the Xenon inadvertently, and they are the most capable out of any singular faction to deal with the Xenon. That's why they call themselves the Terran Protectorate and send out intervention fleets to intervene in the rest of society, in the rest of the Gate Network society. The only faction I haven't tested yet is the Teladi, because they are so far away from the Asgard blob, but the Teladi also have a lot of fleets since the Xenon threat to them is mostly gone, aside from the occasional escapees from the two contained Xenon areas. Also, I happen to be relocating my pair of captured and still on fire H's, Xenon H's. I really need to try grabbing one in Beta 2 so I can see it without the smoke in my face, but the Xenon just aren't building them fast enough. And saw what a Xenon Crisis fleet, a 1I in 3Ks, that's not too bad. Had escaped from somewhere since I saw them pass through second contact to Flashpoint briefly and are now rolling around in Argon Prime, destroying everything around the highway, including the wharf, and the Argon had done little more than send a single Behemoth E against them. So it looks like the Argon are still wimps. I believe in Terran supremacy. Just saying. Yeah, so the Argon still seem to be having a little bit of an issue when it comes to defending their own space and their own assets. I think part of it is just the way that the Argon are distributed. But also, I'm not too worried about it because the Argon did just get a facelift on their ships, and they're probably got a little bit of a facelift on their faction economy, faction job system, you know, basically how all their stuff works behind the scenes. I'm pretty sure they got something like that too. I wouldn't be surprised. I know they had more Behemoth E's and a support ship because they were one system over in one of my sectors fighting small swarms of Xenon ships. Some questionable prioritization there. I somewhat agree with that, but on the flip side, the more intelligent that you make the NPC factions, the more performance intensive and heavy this game is going to be. So, balance points. And the developers do need to take things from a perspective of, like, what does the average person's PC look like? The average person's PC isn't, you know, like the latest and greatest with all the latest and greatest hardware. So that's that. That's that for the forums. That's everything basically caught up from yesterday. Or the other day. 2 days ago. Let's get going. What's the game itself? Alright. What was I doing? I was looking for stuff to...
Magpie. Sentinel.
Stuff to pirates. And I do realize that I just spent like the last 20 minutes reading out those forums without actually showing you guys what I was reading. My apologies for that, but it is what it is. Not gonna dwell on it. Alright, once they take off. Oh, because I don't have a, I gotta get me a police scanner. Oops, why did my ship start moving? Ah, wait, why am I moving forward? What? When I open the map, why am I moving forward? Let me try a different hotkey to open the map. When I open the map, why am I moving forward?
What do you want? Are you making a joke? You're wrecking my shield!
Oops. Yes. Attack my current. I just want to blink, blink, blink away at him with one little...
That was not your smartest decision, pilot.
Alright, let's turret on the right side. There we go.
Container.
Give me your space weed.
Magpie. Sentinel.
Surrender!
Nah, I'm not talking to you. Save me!
Are you done? Nope.
Magpie. Sentinel.
Nope, no sir. Are you gonna bail? Bail, bail, bail. Be gone! Leave your pilot's chair.
I do not wish to die!
Then bail. Ah.
That was a mistake, pilot. Please, do not kill me.
Well, if you bailed, then you wouldn't die.
Laser tower. Mark 1. Container.
Alright, so, question. Developers. Maintain speed and menus is good, but why am I moving when I've stopped my engines? Look, here, I'm reversing. I'm reversing, alright? Now I'm actually reversing. Now I'm going negative meters per second. Why am I going positive meters per second? I think something there is not quite working as intended.
Albatross. Vanguard.
How much space weed did I get? Space weed and food rations. Let's go. Ooh. Nah. Never mind. Not worth it. Let's
Entering.
go.
EWAS Twin 3.
Let's go look for... Destroy laser towers. Yes, sir.
I knew I could count.
Absolutely. I would love to do this one. Alright. Progress. Finally. Something worth doing. Something worth doing.
Accelerator. EWAS
Let me pause
Twin.
my game and be right back. Give me like 1 or 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, and then I will be back. Alrighty, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry about the wait. I do have some family obligations that I need to take care of every now and then, but
US 20,
usually
1.
those only take like 5 or 10 minutes to deal with or to handle. Talati Ag Trader, Space Weed, Sunrise Flowers. Alright, so I'm going to go to the trading station that is around here, drop off my married iguanas, my space weeds, and then I'm going to go over here to the other Hiwa's twin area and handle that quest. I'll do, I wouldn't mind doing open lockbox scenarios.
Sentinel Accelerator. US twin 1.
Let me turn the...
Entering US twin 1.
We'll keep going while we're doing that. Let me turn the volume settings for voice down a little bit since we don't need it as much anymore.
Superhighway. Unknown sector.
That's better. Much better. Much better. Alright.
Trading station. Laser Tower Mark 1.
What is this
Talati
Xenon
Trading
laser tower
Station.
doing there? Space we fired. It's only worth 40k. It's not worth it.
Talati Trading Station.
I'm probably going to get an offer to join the Talati Trade Guild once we find our way in here. But if not, that's okay too. This brings back the Elite Dangerous vibes. Talati ring stations have been around before Elite Dangerous, but definitely has similar vibes to the stations in that game. Okay.
Pressure.
Make sure there's no standing orders that would make him take off or anything like that. Let's go. How much money do I have? 180k. Not too bad. It's actually horrible, but for the first couple hours, I guess, not too bad. Let's see. Oh, pff, duh. Duh. That's what I was going to do. You, sir. No space weed? Can't sell it? Alright. In that case, let me just go to the trader's corner.
Can I help? Here you go.
Show me your wares, sir. Here you go. I don't want to sell any of those. They'll be useful later on. Don't need a bomb launcher just yet, but it would be a good idea. Ooh, I do want that. Always want that. Hopefully seminars are easier to come by nowadays. That will just help to offset the difference. I guess I could... Nah, I don't want to do that. Okay. There we go. Yeah, why not?
Good profit to you.
Good profit to you.
Pressure.
Greetings, Tim Man Cardet. Oh, you're already good enough as a pilot. Alright, hands off the keyboard, or am I gonna... Why am I moving? I feel like this is something in settings that I just haven't quite... Input feedback. I want this to stay on, maintain speed in menus, so that if I open a map, I don't just stop what I'm doing in my spaceship. But why is it that when I open the map, I start moving again? I think that's a bug. If it's intended, then I'm a little bit concerned. Emergency eject is on every 40 to 80 minutes. Yeah, that's fine. Do not want to toggle boost. Mouse look should be toggled off actually. Input feedback, text only. Subtitles on. Okay. I think it's a bug, but oh well. Whale.
Autopilot engaged.
You're gonna see it get a little bit choppy because I'm focusing away from my game real quick. Alright. Alrighty. Boom.
Osprey entering. EWAS twin 2. Autopilot engaged.
Okay, that was just me.
Autopilot disengaged.
Can probably pop another crystal somewhere around these rocks, get an extra 20 to 100k or so. Maybe 20 to 200k or so. Crystal hunting is pretty cool. I really don't like how they nerfed it a couple years ago. I understand why they did it. I do think that it was a little bit too lucrative back then, and now it's in a better spot, but I don't like how they nerfed it. So for context, it used to be that... whatever, I'll let it go. It used to be that, I just saw a crystal, that was why I was trying to stop. It used to be that the crystals would just spawn in a certain % chance for it to be a certain type of crystal. Some are worth more than others. Now it's a scenario where the crystals will spawn, it's a chance to be whatever it is, and then if you blow it up, then all the others in the area will flip into the lowest value crystal. And I think, again, that's gimmicky, that's lame, that's bad for the game, it's bad for the user experience. To be fair, you're generally not going to see it as a user, but I still think that it's typically not a fun thing. Attack fighters first.
Laser tower Mark II.
Alright. Kill the laser towers. Look at that little laser tower. I think laser towers should have slightly better rotate speed. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. I do think that Mark II laser towers should not rely on having a dock, like a small-sized dock. I think they should just be a straight upgrade from the Mark 1s. And the Mark II laser towers should probably get a little bit of a buff as well. Little buff, not anything crazy. Bonk. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did we collide with it? We collided with it. Oof. Oof. Too much. Get me out of there. Get me out of there. Get me out of there. Am I still at 100% HP? I am.
Laser tower, Mark II. Laser tower, Mark II. Laser tower, Mark I.
Let's do attack my current. Supposedly they have a 5-kilometer range. This is a problem. This is a problem. Look at this. My turrets cannot hit at 3 kilometers. I'm perfectly stationary and still. Like there's my ship right there. This is a problem. This is a problem. Minor problem, but still a problem. Look how wide these turrets are going to try and hit. And let's see if it's an angular issue. This is a problem. My little pulse beamy turrets should be able to hit them fairly reliably at 3-kilometer range. I get that it's a small target, but we're in a somewhat post-scarcity environment, a spacefaring environment, and you're telling me that my targeting computer can't hit something 2 kilometers away? Alright, that's just gonna get me hurt if I'm not careful. Let me reposition.
Laser tower, Mark I.
Let's go after this guy.
Thank you.
I can't hit the laser tower if I'm just barely, even if I'm like basically right up in front of it, like I have to get to like 500 meters or less. That's insane. That's insane. Like why would I as a player want to engage with this? Why would I want to do this if the ship's not doing what it should reasonably be expected to do? I'm not saying that every single shot should land on its target, but
Laser tower, Mark II.
the accuracy level is abysmally low. It's why? I don't think it's a rotation speed issue. I think it's a I think it's just like a targeting issue for something this small. I'm heading straight at it. I should hit it. But I'm not hitting the laser tower until I get to about 500 meters. Like, why is my gunboat, which has, what, like eight turrets? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. My gunboat has 8 turrets. There's a similar amount of laser towers here. My gunboat should not one-shot the laser towers, but they should definitely hit the laser towers. They should definitely hit the laser towers. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Let's get back to my Chrome browser real quick. Let me grab my save game. Documents, EgoSoft, X4, bunch of string of numbers. Save is where you'll find it. This is going to be save 05 for me. And where are we? Board index. Public beta feedback. Control F. Looking for Thresher. Turrets. Alright, new topic. Let's see what kind of turrets these are. Oh, now I'm moving again. Why am I moving? Why am I
Pressure.
My ship... So, maintain speed in menus does not mean start moving if you're stationary when you open up a menu. Yes, sir. It should not mean that. So... There's a little bit of a discrepancy there.
Pressure.
Sometimes I don't have these things memorized. I don't have everything memorized, guys. Sorry. All right, so this is an ion pulse turret, I believe. Move all orders. Upgrade. What do I have here is an ion atomizer and ion pulse turret. Title. Boron pressure from Queen's Herald start. Cannot accurately not accurately hit laser tower Mark II from missions. or in general. Creates frustrating experience when I have to close in to 200 meters or less just to reliably hit the target. I recognize that the target is a small an extra small asset, but the turrets should still be able to hit them from range. All right. Now, I need some sort of Google Drives. Let me move over to my Dreamweaver Mana account. Grab this file and move it over. It said I could drag and drop. I thought it said I could drag and drop. Okay, cool. I can copy it into my drive. Give it 1 minute. We're loading that save game into my Google Drive. I will link that Google Drive to here, and that way the devs will be able to access my save game. Not that they really need to. This is easily reproducible. They shouldn't require a save game to reproduce this, but general access to anyone with the link. Copy the link. Done. Hold on a second. Copy new link, just to be on the safe side. Boom. Submit. Let's make sure my drive brings me back. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Developer feedback. That is what we like. Eaglesoft forums. Just tab that open real quick. While that's loading, we will be moving back to the stream. Back to the stream. All right.
Pressure.
Can I help, sir?
No, sir. Not right now, sir. You fancy little bug, you.
Laser tower. Mark laser tower.
All right. In a modded game, this would be over with. This would be done. In a different ship, this would probably be over with. This would probably be done. I swear to God, devs, if you come back and say works as intended, I'm not going to be happy. Two hours later. How much hit points do these things even have? I can't tell. I don't have a police scanner. So much later that the old narrator died and they had to hire a new one. My God. It's not taking so long because the laser tower is strong or anything like that. It's taking so long because the only thing that's hitting is my little ion atomizer beam or ball of doom main cannon gun. Everything else is like don't even need to bother with those.
Laser tower Mark 1.
Done. And in part because this thing has a minor AoE effect. Real fun gameplay, guys. Real great.
Thank you.
Laser tower Mark 2.
These guns need to be much more accurate than they currently are. Much more accurate when hitting extra small targets. Let me quantify that. Going against a fighter or something like that, it's not too big of a deal. Let me back up out of range of that guy.
Thanks for your help.
Thanks for your help. Yes, ma'am. Remember, most spacefaring Teladi are female.
Laser tower Mark 2.
I'm gonna reposition somewhere over here. Anytime, so just like a little tidbit to any developers who might be watching. Anytime that a player feels like they have to physically ram their ship into the enemy is a failure from a gameplay perspective. Especially because ramming isn't a thing in this game. Like if I ram that laser tower, it's not going to do any damage to it. It's not going to do any damage to me. .5 kilometers, still barely hitting the thing, still no meaningful contact. About 1 kilometer I think is the sweet spot, maybe a little bit less. Yeah, about 750 to 1, maybe 500 to 1 kilometer. But I'm still not hitting the damn thing. Like, why? Some guns are and should be better than others. Yes, I agree to that. I definitely do think that that is the case.
All damage.
But this is just a little bit ridiculous.
Asteroid.
It's
Pressure.
a little bit more than just a little bit ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's a terrible state of mechanic. Oh, great. Spacesuit has not been fixed. Awesome. That means that I'm just going to start ramming into it again. I'm just going to start bumping into something again. Like, this has to be a bug. I swear to God that's a bug. There's no way. Engine stopped, engine stopped. Like, why am I still moving?
pressure.
And I can't just hold down engine stop either. Like, I'm stuck moving my engines. It's like the new baseline 0 has been set at 50% speed, and so I can't do anything like I'm fighting the controls. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to circle strafe and orbit. Not because I want to, but because I have to. Bad for the game. Bad for the game. Bug, probably. Also, let me shameless self-plug. Real quick. That one. Off topic. Let me bring over my Chrome browser so you guys can see what I'm doing. I need to make a new username to reflect the Dreamweaveriness of. Also, under profile, the developers forums seem to be lagging a lot. Well, you know, I would like to access your forums. There we go. Can I edit my profile? How do I edit my profile? User control panel. Ah, shit, I hit a button. Now I gotta wait. Now I gotta reload the whole... You guys. I think we just crashed your... I think we crashed your forums, guys. This game is getting progressively more and more popular over time. And so, whenever there's a beta, their forums can get a little bit slower. Manage profile. Did I already? No, that's a different. Hold on. Hang on. Let me grab a link. Save that. Return. Under signature. Just add a link to my shameless. Add a link to my Twitch on my signature. Hopefully people will see that, pop in, that sort of deal. Alrighty. Handled. Back to streaming. Back to your regularly scheduled shit show. '85, '86. I feel like the repair laser should definitely be better. It should be stronger. Maybe about double double the repair rate so that it's not OP, but it's not a time sink either. I don't like useless, wasteless, pointless time sinks, and this feels like one of them. I would like to stop my engines. I would like to stop my engines. I would like to stop my engine, but I can't. But I can't. Maybe if I...
Autopilot disengaged.
No, I can't even turn off flight assist anymore. Why not, guys? Actually, I take that back. I don't know if flight assist was even a thing beforehand on the spacesuit. It's not necessary, but this whole automatically moving at 50% speed is a problem.
Docking granted.
For sure. 97, 98, 99. Hey guys, eventually we'll get there. 100, 90, 99. And safe. A little extra just to be on the safe side. A little extra Heelys for feelies never hurt. Alright. Alright. It should not take half an hour to earn 200k through a non ship capping perspective. Should not take this long. Look at this, like I'm plinking away at it. 1% here, 1% there. 40% hull. In another 40 hits, I think we'll have blown this thing up. Laser towers should quite literally, almost literally, be a glass cannon. They should be. It's like a cheap cardboard laser pointer that you point towards the enemy to harass them and to annoy them, to prevent shield regen, to lower shield regen rates, to... I don't mean in terms like a debuff, but just like from a use case scenario perspective.
Laser tower Mark II.
Alright, let me back up a little bit. And eventually, I will destroy it. Eventually. This is part of the reason why playthroughs in early game take so long in the X4 series, in the X4 game. And I dare say the primary reason why a large portion of players will just outright skip the early game. This is why I skip the early game. I skip the early game so that I don't have to deal with this bullshit for like an hour just to earn 200k in a way that's not capsizing a ship. This is way too slow for an early game progression. And if they fix the... I'll call it a bug. If they fix the accuracy, I'll call it accuracy. If they fix the accuracy of these turrets and they fix the way that this thing hits the laser tower, the hitbox thing, whatever you want to call it, if they fix that, then it won't be an issue anymore. Then the laser tower problem will be solved. And I think it's, against laser towers at least, it's an accuracy problem.
Laser tower Mark I.
Let me back up. Why is the Mark 1 doing more damage? Oh, it's because somebody else is hitting me? No. Why is the Mark 1 doing more damage than the Laser Tower Mark 2? Oh, it's because there's two of them. Okay. Okay, that's why. Alright, looks like we get to spend an extra 20 minutes healing 10% hull again. Thanks for that. Thanks for that, guys. We need faster repair laser. I've already tried that in mods. Works wonders. Easy fix. I think doubling the repair rate for the repair laser would be good enough. Like, you shouldn't be able to repair a capital ship in 5 minutes with your repair laser, but you should be able to repair your Corvette relatively quickly. Just because it's a time sink. Because it's a time sink. Time sinks are the reason why people abandon this game. Time sinks and lag. Those are the two biggest pain points. And after this, so originally I was intending on keeping this Thresher. This starter ship, I was intending on keeping it and using it. But even though I start in a better ship, like I feel like I'm nerfed because of it. It's a weird paradigm. The reason why I feel nerfed is because, like, these turrets should have killed all these laser towers by now. But hey, you know what? I got time. I got time, I guess. Actually, I take that back. I don't got time. Guys, fix this, please. Please help me out here. I don't want to take this long to do the thing. I know it's not the best tool for the job, apparently. Apparently it's not the best tool for the job, but... Jesus. Jesus Christ. I took this mission specifically because it was an easier, quicker to accomplish mission, but not with these guns. I could get one of those netcaster AoE weapons, but then I'm at risk of hitting the station, and then if I lose a bunch of reputation, then the station opens fire on me and I blow it. It's the same problem, right?
Thanks for your help.
Good news, on a lighter note, I'm getting a sizable amount of reputation from these guys. So it's not all bad. And when you're looking at mission rewards, you definitely need to consider, like, the reputation benefits / malice, the the non-cash benefits that could potentially be available. It's important to keep those in mind when you're planning out your missions. I really hope that the mission system gets an overhaul in this game. I feel like they don't pay well enough, like the baseline missions, the easier, more accessible missions, the non-guild missions. I feel like they don't pay well enough. Guild missions are in an okay spot. Most of them, however, most of them aren't really worth doing unless it's like build a fleet or build a station.
Laser tower Mark 1.
2.5 million years later. I'm not doing this after this. I'm doing this in a different ship next time. The only reason why I'm continuing is because of the sunk cost fallacy. There's only 3 left. We can do this, guys. We'll get there eventually. All 0 to 1 of you who are watching, please bear with me while we deal with these mechanics. Alright.
Pressure.
While you're sitting there...
Sir.
Hang on a second. Hopefully I won't be hitting the station, but... While you're sitting there plinking away, plinkety plinkety plink, I'm going to fix. We're going to do a little bit of multitasking here. Just need to stay out of the firing arc of the turrets. It's a beautiful asset. I really like how they look. The art in this game is phenomenal, specifically the later iterations of this game, not so much the earlier stuff that was very placeholder-y, looked and felt very low poly, was very low poly. Now they've gone back and have done a lot of facelifts, a lot of beautification of existing assets, and everything looks so much better than it did back when I picked up the game around 3.0. I would like to see a custom tabs integrated into the game so that not everything is stuck on one big main primary tab, so I can better organize my stuff the way that I want to. A proof of concept is already there because it's a mod called custom tabs. It gives you custom tabs in your map to work with for your assets so you can organize them more effectively. I think that should also be integrated into the base game as well. Let me customize more and more how I want my UI to look, and I will be happier and happier as a player. In general, on average, most players. Alright.
Docking granted.
That got fixed.
Pressure. Laser tower Mark II.
Attack my current.
Laser tower Mark II.
Oops, we do not want to hit the enemy or allied station. Maybe I can bait them into hitting that station. If I can bait them... I guess not. I was gonna say, if I can bait them into hitting the station would eventually turn hostile against them.
Laser tower Mark II.
And would help solve my problem for me. Back up and get some shield regen. Let's see where that thief went. I don't see him anywhere. No, why am I moving in the menus? That was not a thing before. That was not a thing in 6.0. Maintain speed in menus meant exactly what it said on the tin. Maintain the speed, assuming that you have speed to maintain in the menus.
Sir.
But no longer. Apparently. I swear to God, that's gotta be a bug. There's no way that's intended. It's just typical. But not intended as far as I'm aware.
4 bus B, Advanced Electronics Factory. 4 bus B, Laser
There we
Tower,
go.
Mark II.
Ah, come on. This is just awkward. Oh my gosh, this is awkward. You're telling me that my Corvette, my gunboat, has this level of difficulty dealing with 5 or 10 laser towers, 10 laser towers, 8 or 10 laser towers. Guys,
Laser Tower, Mark II.
something's not feeling very good from a user end when it comes to how all these mechanics tie in together. Alright, cool.
Thanks for your help.
Yes, ma'am. You are welcome. You are welcome, Talati friend. Oof, this is so painful. So, again, for the millionth time, let me ask you guys, from a user perspective, why would it make sense to spend close to half an hour blowing up? Oh, there it goes again. Why would it make sense to spend close to half an hour blowing up like maybe 10 laser towers when I can find a medium or large size ship, take the same amount of time and earn like 6 million off of this behemoth-y? Or earn like, you know, 500k or 1 million off of another equally sized spaceship.
Pressure.
Like why would I waste my time doing this? If there's a much better option, much more cheesier option available to do that. I wouldn't. Next time I'm doing this in a small sized ship with a shotgun. And that will be the end of my gripes. But not because the problem was solved, but because I went around the problem using some other existing mechanic. Not the end of the world, not the worst thing ever, but the accuracy has gotta get fixed on these turrets.
Laser Tower, Mark II.
I wonder if laser towers should get a range buff. They have a 3-kilometer range. They're obviously like an anti-fighter type scenario. But because this game considers Corvettes to be in the same basic arena as like a smaller fighter, I wonder if maybe Mark II laser towers should get a better range increase.
All damage.
Maybe Mark II should get a range increase. Mark 1 laser towers, 3 kilometers, anti-fighter. Mark II laser towers, 5 kilometers, or 4 kilometers, 4.5 kilometers. Somewhere around there, somewhere between 4 and 5. Acting as like in numbers, an anti-Corvette type of duty. I think that would be a good balance for laser towers.
Thank you.
Ah, so painful. AI Jesus Christ. Jesus AI Christ. My God, that was Whew. That was a doozy. That was more effort than it was worth. Much, much more effort than it was worth. With the exception of the reputation bonus that I got. That was nice. That was a good. It did not, this did not make it worth it, by the way. This did not make that mission worth the time, the effort, the frustration. I just want to make that clear. Like, that did not make it worth it, but it is a nice little bonus to have earned enough reputation to become friendly with the faction. Oof, my engines are on fire. What if we could get a little repairing minigame instead of a repair laser? That would be awesome. A little minigame would be awesome. Would love it. Oh, there we go again. For whatever reason. Love me some boron ships. Love me some explodey looking, you know, hull damage things that will just show you that, like, hey, your hull is a little bit damaged. Maybe you should address that. Little fire going on there. Oh, this is gonna take a while. These two little time sinks, the accuracy, which I think is not a bug, but just kind of like more in the realm of oversight, and then the repair laser, same thing, not a bug. The repair laser is working as intended, but I do think that it should repair hull values at about double the rate. I'd like to look and see how much hull my ship has by opening up my map. But I can't right now because my spacesuit is just moving. It's just moving on its own. I have to keep hitting the reverse thruster. As you can see right here, I have to keep hitting the reverse thruster to stay somewhat stable. I'm stationary, guys. Like, I shouldn't have to do that, so I think that's a bug. I think that's similar to the map maintain speed and menus bug. Actually, settings, game settings, maintain speed and menus off. Let's find out. They do not seem to be related. They do not appear to be related. What happened? What, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Why? Alright, so now I have two options. I can, because I don't have teleportation. Oh my god. Why did this happen? What are you waiting on? Nothing, okay. Why did that happen? Let me also turn that Marine. He's not doing anything Marine-like right now, so let me make him a service crew. And then while we're waiting, how much hit points exactly does... 10,000, that's it? This is barely better than a fighter. And it takes this long to repair my repair laser. So, ego stuff, like, these minor things that stack up and add up into big things is the reason why so many players will turn to mods, and therefore, in turn, is the reason why your asymmetrical multiplayer systems aren't getting as much traffic as you would like to see. Like one feeds into the other. And it's problematic. Very, very problematic. For context, the reason why, mechanically, the reason why I got teleported from over here to over here while my ship was still over there was to do a, it's like a collision prevention mechanic, which is good. It'll get your two capital ships that rammed into each other and ended up clipping into each other out of that scenario, but what happened just now was definitely not working as intended. I should not have been teleported 20 kilometers away. Oh well. Oh, whale. That's kind of a non-issue once I have teleportation research level 1. The downside of that is that if I were coming into this game as a new player, and that's what happened to me, I probably wouldn't have teleportation, I probably wouldn't know what's going on, I probably wouldn't know why that happened. But I also don't have a solution for that, because if I were going fast and I rammed into this thresher and I couldn't get out and I did not have teleportation, I'd be screwed. I would have to restart the game. Or, you know, reload a save. And that's why that mechanic was put there, in part, to begin with, so... I don't really have, like, a solution for that one way or the other. But I do need to point out that it doesn't feel good from a player perspective. How am I doing on hit points?
Unknown object. Pressure.
69. Nice. Nice. Well, I'm just gonna pause so that my spacey doesn't move around. Well, we are waiting on that. Maybe I can finally start getting some... what's it called? Passive income. Look at that beautiful Paranid bug ship. Look at that pretty boy. Oh, it doesn't need that. Does need that, does need that. I want one of those. Looks like about 300k, that should be enough. I'll give you a flare, just in case, and a single pilot. We will upgrade this later as time moves on, but for now we good. Alright, passive income. That little Tethys should earn me like 30, 50, maybe 100k per hour. I'll set it to mine Navidium, which is the most valuable of resources as far as like raw asteroid resources are concerned. It also has the lowest volume, but that's okay because it's a very tiny ship. And I'm not going to oversaturate the market with it, so it's a little bit of min-maxy type stuff going on there. And I will use that Tethys to make some money. The little box that I had here for showing what was targeted is gone again. It also seems like a bug. It's not really an intended thing. 2 hours later. Can you believe that so far we spent like about 2 hours on this stream, earning maybe 200 grand through intended like regular progression gameplay that you would expect a new player to do. And I would say that is bad. That's a little bit slow as far as progression is concerned. But step one is done. Get something that can automatically earn me some money, so that way, even if I'm screwing around not doing anything productive, there's still some cash flow coming in from my own little personal assets somewhere else. This is why so many people will take and make some progress off stream, earn a few million off stream in between their streams while they're playing this game, is because it's just so ridiculously slow early game. Mid game starts to pick up to be at a decent pace. Mid game's probably my favorite, mid and late game. I really like mid game because you're still on par with the other factions or somewhere around there. You know, you can't just steamroll the entire universe, but you're also strong enough to have agency.
Pressure.
Mid game is a lot of fun. Alrighty, let me save this real quick, just for fidelity's sake, just to be on the safe side. And I'm gonna grab a drink.
Autopilot engaged.
Can I help? Goodbye.
Entering Hiwas Twin 1.
So, what's in the cargo hold?
Autopilot disengaged. Minotaur.
Oh, I really like the look of that. Just drop the cargo as quickly as you can. Your space debris. a lot more damage than that.
Danger.
That was not smart.
Danger.
We found something out here.
Danger.
That, my friend, I'm not talking to you.
Super Hunt Minotaur. Raider. Danger.
Your space debris. I'm not talking to you.
Danger. Minotaur. Raider.
That, my friend, was not a good idea. That wasn't your best move.
Danger. Minotaur. Raider.
An Arnu would stand more chance than you.
Dang.
No, stop. That, my friend, is not a good idea.
Minotaur, Raider.
And I've been muted this entire time. Guys, chat, I have been muted this entire time. I've been leaving feedback for like an hour, and nobody heard any of it because I gotta get better at that. All right. The spinning of the spaceship is a problem. The spinning of the Minotaur after it bailed is a problem because I can't get into my spacesuit and claim it, which means that I'll have to use a marine, which means that it'll damage the ship. Can't believe I was muted this whole time and nobody even told me. I'm just kidding. How would you guys ever even know? Sitting here talking to myself. Let me bring up my Google Drive. Okay. Let me pop that into the drive. Oh, cancel one. Sorry, I was duplicating it. I wonder if I'm accidentally or inadvertently hitting that mute button on my mic. It's a headphone mic, because this is like the third time that I've been streaming and that I've been muted, and I didn't know for like an hour. So, sorry, my apologies. Okay, rename Minotaur Raider spinning issue. Let me actually, I know you guys can't really see it because it's on a different web page. 0.0 beta underscore Minotaur underscore Raider underscore spinning underscore issue is what the save is going to be called. Let's make this share to anyone with the link. Done. Share, copy link. Okay. Let me see. Control F, Minotaur. Nope, nothing there. Raider. Nope, nothing there. I don't think this is an issue that's been reported yet. Alright, new topic. New topic. Let me add that drive there. Build, Raider, constant spin. Can't claim with relative ease. As the title says, it looks like once bailed, this Minotaur Raider seems to have flight assist off, which in turn means that I can't get into my space suit and claim it. High attention. Also, another shameless self-plug. Please check out my X4 streams / VODs for live dev feedback. .tv / Streamweaver _ mana. Cool beans, cool beans, cool beans. Cool beans. How come that's not... Oh, because I didn't... Okay. User error, my problem, my bad, my fault. Right here. Just to show you guys, bailed Raider. Constant spin, can't claim with relative ease. That's going to be in the dev public feedback forum. It's right here. Have at it, guys. Chop, chop, chomp, chomp. Yum, yum. Okay. Back to the stream. My apologies for my for my not being very good at showing you guys and keeping up with what I'm trying to work with and do and all that kind of stuff. I'll get better with it as time goes on. Okay. Okay. Back to the game. So, how am I going to claim that?
Minotaur, Raider.
How am I going to claim that? In sector, that is. Like, in high attention. The way... So... Let me first add one of those things. Let me get out of high attention. Get far away from it so that it's in low attention. And hopefully it will stop moving. And once that happens, I think we should be okay. Also, not having something... The little targeting box disappearing is a bit of a problem. Okay. That should be good enough. Now we turn around. Yeah, 100 kilometers should be far enough. Then we turn around and it stopped, and it stopped. So moving to low attention stops it from that perpetual spin, stops it from that perpetual moving around. Moving back into high attention, will that stop it, or will that get it moving and spinning and heading away from me again? Let's find out. slow down a bit. Let's just coast our way over here. And it is stopped. It's stationary. So this is how it should be when the ship bails. This is how it's supposed to be when the ship bails. It's supposed to stabilize and become stationary so that I can get into my spaceship, my space suit, as you're about to see.
Pressure.
And then I can with the exception of the spacesuit not really working how it should. I'm kicking myself here because I left like an hour's worth of
Later.
feedback about spacesuits, laser towers, accuracy, how all these things were working together, and I was muted the entire time, so nobody could hear me. But the gist of it was that spacesuit is moving when it shouldn't be. Like I'm trying to stop my engines, but I can't. Those Boron turrets are relatively inaccurate, so I left feedback on that. It was taking me forever to kill those laser towers in that laser tower mission, if you go back and see it. Of course, I was muted the entire time.
Docking aborted.
So, you know, take from that what you will. But I will I'll get better as time goes on, as I improve my hardware. As I start getting donos, you know, then I can start looking into becoming more and more professional with my stream. Taking more and more time to do this full time, because I would like to do this full time for sure. Oh, and then the other core piece of feedback, in case you haven't heard so far, was that I think that the repair laser should, either one of two things should happen, either or. Either we can get a minigame for the repairing of ship hulls, like maybe, you know, hit a certain thing or scan it, you know, whatever, do something, and then like that helps to repair it in a timely fashion, or just double the repair rate for the repair lasers. I think that they're a little bit slow for what they have to offer. A repair laser Mark II or something like that. Like improved repair lasers would be nice. They should never be so good as to like repair a medium-sized ship in under 60 seconds. Or well, let me put it this way. They should never be so good as to repair a small ship from 0 to 100% in under 60 seconds. They should never be so good as to repair a medium ship, your average medium ship, from 0 to 100% in under 3 minutes. They should never be so good as to repair a large or XL size ship in any sort of timely fashion at all. But I do think that the repair laser rate should be about doubled or increased somewhere to that vein. This is just taking a little bit too long as far as I would like to see. It's a time sink is the problem. It's taking me a lot of time to gain the monetary value. That's like the difference between selling the ship at 20% hull versus selling it at 80 or 100% hull. The amount of time that it takes just feels a little too time sink for me. But I also recognize that like it shouldn't be trivialized either. It definitely should not be trivialized. Oof, this is taking a good long while. The only reason why I'm doing this is because it's early game and I'm getting enough value out of it to kind of sort of somewhat almost be worth it, almost. closer there. Maybe increase the range just a little bit too. Although I don't mind having the range as low as it is, you know, like 30, 40 meters, 50 meters, just because it is a spacesuit weapon, you know, it is a spacesuit situation. $513 credits. I got a sold some Navidium there, I think. Oof, this is painful. This takes forever. I don't want to do this. I'm not having fun. I mean, I am, but you know what I mean? Like from a mechanic, from a more hardcore feedback perspective, I'm not having fun, guys. So, you know, I'd like to see some improvements when it comes to these little early game time sinks that we got going on. And then in case I was muted when I said it earlier, I don't know if I was muted during that time or not, but earlier I was saying that like all these little time sinks, early game time sinks, I would call them early game time sinks. They're only really important or valid in the early game. They really hurt the game overall. Like when you add them together, not one individual little time sink, that's no big deal, but when you add them all together, they really hurt the game, and they're one of the main reasons why a lot of players will start installing mods, like players who otherwise wouldn't mod the game start turning to mods. And that in turn feeds into why you guys see, as developers see, lower numbers than you would like to see when it comes to your multiplayer ventures, extension, and all that kind of stuff. Because it's like, why would I do that? Why would I go without mods to play the multiplayer thing if going without mods is going to inflate my playtime and I'm not going to get any sort of like fun value benefit out of that? I hope that makes sense. If you guys are, if anybody's in chat, definitely say something, you know, if you want to. Help me, help you, help me, help you, help me. That kind of thing. That kind of thing. I don't mind talking to myself. I don't mind, you know, talking to an empty chat box and I'm uploading the VOD and all that kind of good stuff. But it would definitely be preferable to have a few people in here to bounce ideas off of, to also get some feedback about how I'm doing as well. That kind of stuff. That would definitely help a lot. And now I'm incessantly checking my mute just to make sure that I'm not muted, because I've muted myself one too many times for a little bit too long in between. I think the mute button on my headphones are just a little sensitive. Alrighty, 76%. Having a lot of fun here, guys. What is that? Is that a Xenon
Katana.
or is that a, oh, it's a katana. That's
Minotaur.
fine.
Raider.
What's that lone katana doing out here?
Katana.
What is he doing? You are a long way from home, my friend.
Minotaur. Raider.
Alright, I'm not even going to assign a pilot to this raider. I'm just going to sell it as soon as it hits 80%. I think there's a little bit of a cash flow difference between 80 and 100%. I know that in the old games, X3, it didn't matter. Once you hit 80%, it would sell for the max value. But I'll call that good enough.
Pressure.
Cool
Can I help, sir?
beans. Also, I would like to stop moving while in menus.
Minotaur. Raider.
Alright.
Thresher.
I might have to assign a captain temporarily. Just so that I can have you transfer your wares. As many as possible. Cool. Also, I don't need these missiles. It's from the flying fish, okay. Laser Tower Mark 1, all this is just useless stuff to inflate its value. But I don't mind. Because I want its value. I don't need those med supplies. Let's hit confirm.
Thresher.
Is there any sort of... Is it like a little drone that goes between these two? No, you're just gonna drop it. That's cool though. Good. As long as there's some sort of little mechanic thing that just shows like, hey, there's a transfer of wires happening. That's perfect. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, possum, awesome. Alright, don't need to worry about any of that anymore. We are all good to go. My first major sizable breakthrough. How you doing? Might want to move. Without more resource pros, I don't know if there's a better spot for mining that Nvidium. There probably is. Oh, this is painfully slow.
Minotaur.
Okay.
Raider.
Okay. Okay. Minotaur is unable to grab assets that it is attempting to
Pressure.
grab.
I am currently...
And now I'm soft locked as well. Great. 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 I'm soft locked. And that's critical as well. Fuck. Guys. This critical soft lock should not be a thing. Drop. I should have just dropped them and had them... had them pick it up from there. Okay. I don't have any teleportation, but this guy is on his way. So, let me do that, remove all orders, and have him come here. You're gonna come pick me up. I should not be soft locked in a critical task.
I am currently quite busy. I am currently quite busy.
That needs to be removed from the game. I should not be soft locked like that when it comes to basically anything, docking, wire transfers, etc. Not so much of an issue once I have teleportation, because I can just teleport to another ship and continue on my merry way. But big problem for early game when you don't have teleportation. It's another, it's not a time sink per se, but it is another problem.
Pressure.
Because I can't do anything, I have no agency. Like, if I did not have that Tethys there, I would have to reload the game.
Minotaur. Raider.
That's not okay. That's not okay from, like, a user perspective, you know what I mean? This guy is stuck because he keeps trying to reposition to grab
Container.
those missiles,
Minotaur.
and
Raider.
he just can't do it. Like, the AI is just not doing it. So it is a bit of a technical issue. I understand that. Like, it's a bug. It's not supposed to work that way. But still a problem, and the way to circumvent this kind of bug now and in the future is to remove the soft lock. Break the locks. You guys, last time I checked, you guys were not named Fat Shark. You guys are not that kind of developer. So, you know, take from that what you will, but I love Fat Shark too. They're great. Tide games are awesome. Tide games are a lot of fun. Dark Tide is one of my favorite games, but remove the locks. Remove the locks. It's a meme. It's a meme on the Dark Tide Fat Shark forums, that's why I was saying. And then it just blew up. It blew up because it was sitting there idle for too long. Alright. Problem solved,
Pressure.
I guess?
Out of docking range.
That Tethys no longer needs to grab me, also. So I can, have you go here and... Only 13? Bruh. Have you sell all of that. I'll just pop it out without a lockbox. I'll grab all of that.
Docking granted.
Alright, let's focus on getting a small container and an energy cell in my... Do I have the... Yes, I do. These are going to be temporary. Very, 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 I cannot stress this enough, temporary. It's just going to be a temporary setup. So I'm not intending for it to look pretty. Doesn't have to look nice. Doesn't need to be anywhere specific per se, but I always, if I'm doing a temporary structure on my HQs, I always put them somewhere near a corner. I don't have an energy cell module. Alright, never mind. Never mind. Okay. Just gathering all of what blew up this time. Oh. More.
Pressure.
Can I help?
Whatever.
Goodbye.
Alright, did you get that inventory? Minotaur Raider, you did. And that's everything. Okay. So you can just drop everything. Oops. No lockbox needed. Just remove that order, go over there.
Pressure. Container.
I want all of these for myself. Cool.
Minotaur.
Problem solved.
Raider.
Alright. This guy doesn't need to do anything else anymore. I can move him back to... Let's move him to my flying fish. because he's going to be a Marine, in case I can find something to bail. Minotaur Raider doesn't have anything anymore, anything worthwhile anymore. Gets sold. Problem solved. Alright. Next problem. Let's go get that promotion.
Autopilot engaged.
Oof. Early game is quite painful. It's not a very pleasant experience for many, many, many of us X-Game, X4 veterans because of the insane amount of time that it takes to get anywhere. So I've been playing this game for about 6 hours. I've made about 1.5, we'll call it 2 million, through normal gameplay, normal non-min-maxy type gameplay. I started this out saying, hey, I'm going to start min-maxing, and to some extent I kind of am. You know, I'm looking for ships to bail. I'm looking for missions that are worth more than, you know, double-digit 1,000 credits. And it's still taken me about 6 hours to earn my first 2 million. That's not really okay. I should probably have about 10 million by now. At least as far as my opinion is concerned. But that's alright. We're doing this for the streams, we're doing this for the memes, so don't worry about it, guys. Don't worry about it.
Entering system. Trinity Sanctum.
Repeat orders confirm. Mine. It's not really a whole lot of Navidium out there. Why can't I just hit mine Navidium anymore? Is there not? There is. But where? I'll have you mine it over there. Cell 2.
Autopilot disengaged. Entering system. Right promise.
What happened? Okay. Alright. Sell 2, Navidium, min price doesn't matter, don't keep any, sell it all. Rename. Exclamation marks, that's towards the top of the list. MN for mining. Niv. It won't be as high as the star squiggly, but it will be higher than everything else on the list. It would be really nice to have custom tabs so that I can have like a dedicated tab for all of my free miners, a dedicated tab for all of my free traders, at the very least. Same thing with like production stations versus...
Autopilot disengaged.
Do you not know where you're going? Oh, we're already there. We just need to find it. Gotcha.
Talati equipment dock.
That's not it. Oh, I need to find my way to Yanamasura. I believe that way. My god. There are a number of early game mechanics that are just outright bypassed by the community at large because it takes so ridiculously long in terms of time versus the reward that you get to make anything happen in the early game. Unless you get lucky and find a miner or something that's easily cappable.
Albatross, Vanguard. An arena, turn, unknown object.
Which is basically a lot of vanilla ships are just too easy to capsize and take over because their crew in the past hasn't really been like very good. Now it's much better.
Entering system, Yanamus 0.
Now it's much better. Oops, my bad.
Autopilot, engaged.
Who's Minister fighting? Riot Squad, who popped this little thing. More laser towers. I would like to do that mission, but well, I need better turrets. I can buy a fighter.
I knew I could count on you.
Well, we'll head back towards... I'll do this later. And if somebody else sends up, some other NPC ends up killing all those and ultimately doing that mission for me and causing it to fail, that's fine. No big deal. Right now I got more important things to take care of.
Autopilot, disengage Taladi trading station.
I would love to see what this station has available, what's on offer, what's in its logical overview, but I can't. I need to scan the station, and scanning the station is going to take about 20 minutes, maybe half an hour. And that's not okay in my book. Like, this is way too long. It's not worth the effort that it takes to do that, and so I'm not going to worry about it for now. I like how those are blue now. It looks much better. It looks nicer. It's easier on the eyes. They used to be red, little red stop signs.
Pressure.
Now they're not so abrasive or like in the way or whatever you want to call it.
Greetings, pilot. I represent the
There it
well-respected
is.
Taladi Trade Guild, and I have a lucrative proposition for you.
Do you
If
now?
you're interested, come find me.
Nope. Representatives. Trade Guild. Just kidding. I will. Hang on. Ooh. Ooh, pretty. Race-specific hallways, race-specific... Ooh. Race-specific, what's it called? Offices, hallways, interiors. Interiors was the word I was looking for. Very nice. Very pretty.
Pilot,
You're naked.
it is good to see you. Our guild is currently seeking to increase...
Why are you
our
naked, my
presence
friend?
in the market. To retain our lead in the market, we're offering membership to a select number of trusted individuals. This is a one-time investment, after which you will have access to a number of job listings.
For everybody else who's listening, I'm going to hit 1. What kind of jobs can I expect?
As you can expect, most jobs will involve generating profit, but we also require combat pilots. We must protect our interests and seek out new opportunities. You can help us do that. What do you say to this generous offer? We would be happy for you to join us.
What this will do is give me guild missions from the Taladi Trade Guild. In the past, they have never, and I underscore, bold, italicize the word never, been worth doing. We'll find out now.
I'll
Let's see if
update
they're
our
worth doing now.
database right away. You will now be able to see jobs on offer in the areas we operate. We expect good things from you.
Yes, ma'am. You're probably a female. Desudras Gustiosanis Hanirasis VI, I thank you for your time. And as you can see now, under mission offers, Talati Trade Guilds. Help trade up. Another thing is, like, I don't know what learning your lesson in an open request even means. Like, how can I plan for this? How can I know that there's no penalty for abandoning missions, I get that. But at the same time, like, how can I decide whether or not this is a mission worth taking if it's not going to populate anything in here? So pride yourselves on managing a vast network of traders and leading them to profit. That said, we recognize that minor issues do occur which lead to reduced profit or even a loss. We need a resourceful pilot to look into such issues and solve them so that they can guarantee hassle-free profit for our members. What does that mean? I'm guessing that learning your lesson means, like, take over a spaceship, blow up something, drop some mines, drop some laser towers, something like that. An open request looks like it's a trade thing. Price dumping, that would be to drop a resource probe, I believe. Or trading, oh, it's a trade, yeah, just trade with get supplies or stocks to a certain amount, and it's only worth 50k. That might be a deploy satellite mission. Fragile extraction. What does this mean? Oh, I get a share of the ship's value. A path to profit. The path to profit often is a treacherous one, with both natural and artificial obstacles along the way. We at the Talati Trade Guild believe that a proactive stance is needed to both protect our assets and clients, as well as discourage any heinous acts against us. We need a number of pilots to go out and deal with a number of potentially dangerous situations. I get a paint mod, I get 58k, and a share of the ship's value, but what ship? See, I don't know if this is asking me to blow up a destroyer, or if this is asking me to blow up a fighter. How am I going to know? How do I plan for this? How do I decide whether or not this is worth taking? I don't. This one is pretty self-explanatory, but then, you know, same thing. These two are self-explanatory. Improved satellite coverage, as it says on the tin, as they say. Observation post required and observation post required. I have no idea what this means. Absolutely no idea what that means. Intelligence is key to making sound business decisions, especially when that intel concerns your competition. It is also imperative that we keep an eye on our ships to ensure their safety and that they are not taking part in nefarious acts, which could lead the guild itself into disrepute. We are looking for someone to expand our sensor network on this endeavor. I still have no idea what observation post required means, and this implies, like, from the outside looking in, from a new player's perspective, if it says observation post required, I'm probably going to think that it means that it wants me to build a station. I have no idea. Not a clue. The mission briefing should give me a better idea as to what it is that it wants me to do, what it is that I'm quote-unquote supposed to accomplish. Right now it does not do that.
Greetings.
It would also be nice to be able to sit in the chair. But I wouldn't worry about that for now.
We've been watching your actions with great interest and believe you are worth investing in.
Thank you.
I'm pleased to present you with a new rank amongst our company.
Thank you.
Of course, this rank comes with great benefits.
Of course.
These benefits are tied to the rank. So if you lose the rank, the benefits go too.
Fair enough.
But with your record and our trust, I'm sure we don't have to worry about that.
Of course.
I hope you find these rewards fitting to the work you've done. May they bring you profit.
Thank you.
Once again, I give you thanks for your efforts.
Likewise.
We look forward to continuing our partnership in the future.
Same here.
Profit to you.
Good profit to you.
Good profit to you.
Could make a little water. Actually, that's probably a good idea. Water production. Small, solid, and liquid. I already have a boron container. Whew. Guess we could just start with the water. I don't want to spend all my money. So let me actually remove that liquid.
Good profit to you.
Auto-saving. Okay. Teleport back to my ship. Not going to worry about buying, selling, trading any little inventory wares right now. I should not automatically start moving. I should not automatically start moving after taking off, because if I'm facing a wall and I take off, I'm just going to smack that wall.
Vanguard. To Latara.
Alright, while we are moving around, what's that doing? Oh, it wants satellites. Okay, so this is to cover the entire satellite, an entire area with satellites. This is to just drop one satellite. Really? Okay, so they're all in the same... Oh wait, never mind. I have to do it one at a time. I need some advanced satellites.
Autopilot engaged.
One, two, three. HQ. Yes. 4, 5. 4, 5. Alright. Let's do a little bit of a temporary... This also needs to be fixed. This UI is still just a little bit what do I call it? Counterintuitive. Mostly when I'm moving the camera around and moving other stuff around. Other than that, it's pretty okay. It's pretty fine. Alright, I've already got a little dock, so we're fine there. We'll get a big dock. Please, as well, provide for us two different things. One, race-specific, particularly for the boron, not necessarily for anybody else, but race-specific water production. And two, water production that does not look like a penis. How do y'all like my fluids? Hew, hew, hew. I do not want a Dickington water production. Penis production. Alright. How much will this cost me?
Entering system. Right promise.
1.7 million. I'm gonna put 1 credit in there and assign a builder if I can. When I can. The reason why I only do 1 credit is so that if it's my own assets, my own materials, gonna have you mine silicon as well. Sell that silicon to a silicon refinery. I guess we'd do ore.
Entering system. Profit center alpha.
Oops. Hang on a second, my... What was I doing?
Entering
Oh.
system. Right promise.
I was moving my chat box, the chat box that I can see,
Entering system. Trinity Sanctum.
out of the way real quick. There we go. Now I can better see what's going on in this little area. Alright, mine ore.
Autopilot. Disengaged.
Sell that Nvidium there. Sell to ore there. Min price doesn't matter. We just want to make money. Alright. So you'll mine, sell, sell. Alright, cool. That way, if for whatever reason... Actually, let's do that. Mine, sell, mine, sell. Well, let's get that Nvidium out of there and we'll just do ore for now.
Autopilot. Engaged. Autopilot. Disengaged.
I need to get a couple of advanced satellites. Actually, I wonder...
Pressure.
I wonder if the advanced satellite... It's not really an exploit, but for lack of a better term. I wonder if that's still a thing.
Sir.
How many can I buy? It's 4 million. It's 1 million. Call it 500. 15. Those are for 44k each. But do they sell? For how much? 72. We do a little exploits. It's not really an exploit, but we make a little money. Let's make some money in a borderline cheaty fashion, shall we? Technically it's not cheaty, but it is borderline. I have 902. There we go. Grab 20. Check this out. Well, I guess once it's done. Once it gets there. Alright. New plan, guys. New plan. Either kanji because it's so fast. Low set is all I really need. Get away with all around thrusters. 50k for your advanced satellites. Oh wait, we don't have any money. Never mind. Alright. Let's deactivate that for a bit.
Entering system. Unholy retribution. Entering system. Ice mists.
Was that me? I guess that was me. Oh yeah, huh, that was me. The Paranid and the Pontifex are not very happy with each other. Did you make me any money? Finish mining, finish mining, finish mining. But it's like 10k a pop. That's fine. Oops. I have 2 cargo drones. I'm not gonna worry about anything else just yet. Once I have probably 1.5 to 2 million, I'll put all that money into that space station and start producing water. Eventually, my player HQ is going to become a glorified shipyard slash trade station and not a production manufactory. Probably. Usually I don't put production on my thing. I wouldn't mind taking that mission, but my main gun is an AoE gun, so we're not doing that, because I might blow up the wrong traffic guys.
Pressure.
Alright, once you get that, dock there. And we'll offload a bunch of these advanced satellites. Cool. You got him? Now we do a little exploiting. It's not technically an exploit.
Undocking soon.
We'll keep 5 of them. But I just turned about 900k to 1.1 million. And then I'll drop those satellites over here. And then we will move on. Oh, you know what? I do need to make a blacklist for Sanctuary of Darkness.
We have new orders. Navigation. Fly to the following position. Acknowledged.
Safe. Oh yeah, safe is already has it blacklisted. Cool beans. Cool beans. Might see things get a little bit choppy because I'm messing with some settings. Is there a... No, okay, not gonna worry about it then. I could move my chat overlay.
Entering system. Unholy retribution.
There we go.
Entering system. Trinity Sanctum. Pressure.
Oof, that some weird artifacting or whatever you want to call it going on. Is that annoying travel drive bump or motion bump still there? In previous builds of the game, you'd see your UI just go bump, 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 and it would like shake your UI, you know, like bump, bump, bump. Hopefully that's not an issue anymore. That little jiggle was really annoying. I think it's gone. Is it gone? I think it is. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you guys. The UI no longer bumps. It was a holdover from X Rebirth VR. Escort for 200k.
Navigation. Prepare to dock. Affirmative. Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted. Bring the ship in slowly. Confirmed.
Pressure. Pressure. Ilias. E. Autopilot. Autopilot. Disengaged. Empty space.
Great work.
Alright, there's one.
Aaron. E. Entering system. Right promise. Empty space.
This one just wants a satellite, any satellite.
Great work.
Autopilot. Engaged.
These guys are fairly easy money. And I can put 13. About 500k. Let's get it started. Awesome. Perfect. Yoink. I hope that's fixed soon. It's a little bit jarring, a little bit weird for my ship
Entering
to...
system. Trinity Sanctum.
Well. Well. Here.
Autopilot. Distant pressure.
Let's give it a second. Let him decouple from me. Alright. No sir, you cannot help right now. Beautiful robes, by the way. Beautiful garments, but no. Sir?